Crystal, it looks like we are live. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Let's Talk show here on Urbancast. I'm your host, Jack, and tonight we're joined by a powerful voice in our community, Madam Chairwoman Crystal Valerie, founder of the Crystal Civic Association, a movement
Healing,
healing.
healing
Oh, look,
crystals,
healing
civic
Crystal
association.
Civic Association.
Yeah,
I was just checking to
yeah.
make sure you're on it tonight. A
I'm
movement,
here with you.
you with me, huh? A movement transforming pain into purpose. Did I get it right? And tragedy into action. um,
Absolutely.
all right, all right. As always, remember to hit that comment, put that comment in. You know, that's our ability to call into the show and share your thoughts. And let's just try to make sure everybody is aware of this. So if you would please share tonight's broadcast, we'll greatly appreciate it. Your engagements help amplify these important community stories. And please remember um, that civic engagement begins when we vote. If you haven't already, go visit govote.com. And let me be clear, civic engagement is not politics like a lot of people want you to believe. Civic engagement is just saying, hey, I want to know what my government organizations are doing. And you have that right to know what they're doing. So, with that said, Crystal, you ready to get started?
I'm ready.
You
I'm
ready?
ready. I'm ready, Jack.
Just briefly, Crystal, tell us a little. I should have said welcome back, Crystal, because you've actually been one of the only persons that hosted the Let's Talk show. So it's not like you not you're unfamiliar with what we have going on over here and all that kind of good stuff. But let's just say for those folk who are coming out there right now, um, go ahead and let them know.
Introduce myself.
Introduce yourself. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, in this capacity, which I have never been on the Let's Talk show in this formal capacity.
In this capacity, but you've been here before.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. But see that. So not only am I going to tell everyone who I am in this capacity, I
Mhm.
will also tell everyone who I am not in this capacity. I don't want any blurred lines.
All right.
So, Jack, I am Crystal Valerie. I
Mhm.
am the founder of Healing Crystal Civic Association, hashtag HCCA. I am the chairperson. I am a registered voter in Rapides Parish. I'm a native to Alexandria, South Alexandria, Louisiana. I advocate for healing, for for healing, period. But I'm focused on in this capacity. I'm focused on healing what needs to be healed in Rapides Parish for parishers. Okay. Now, who I am not a victim's advocate. That is not who I am. I am not an executive director. I will not be overseeing the day to day operations of Healing Crystal Civic Association, but we are looking for the perfect person for that. But we'll get to that later.
Mhm.
I am not a web designer. You need one of those. I'm not cybersecurity. You see, I'm simply um, a
You need
mother.
one of those too, Crystal. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I got a position. That's why I said it. That's why I said it, Jack. It is
You
definitely
need
in the
one of those.
bones and foundation. Yeah, yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So that's who I am and who I am not.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. With that said, Crystal, you described healing plus structure equals growth and sustainability. I think last night when we, at the courthouse, as your guiding formula, can you break down what that means to you personally and for HCCA's mission?
Okay. Uh, Well, I'm going to give it to you how healing in the pursuit of justice looks from my perspective. And honestly, Jack, while some may have just met me during my pursuit for justice for my son Cardell, who was killed New Year's Eve in 2023 on
Mhm.
West Sycamore, but actually it was 2003. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother, I wear her with me. Okay, my grandmother, my ancestor. She lost her youngest son, the youngest of six boys,
Mhm.
to gun violence on Lee Street. And
Mhm.
that's still an unsolved case all of these years later.
Mhm.
Um, so, healing, I was 19. I was a mom of two kids, one very small baby. And my grandmother and those before me, respectfully, because of the times they were in, they were taught to deal with things and let's call a spade in an unhealthy way.
Right.
And that was by sweeping them under the rug and just moving on. And women weren't supposed to be vulnerable and men weren't supposed to have feelings. And so since then, right now I'm 41, and since then my son was killed. And so where I didn't have the authority to push the investigation for my uncle,
Mhm.
and so my grandmother and grandfather left not knowing who killed their child. It's
Mhm.
still a cold case. I do know what it feels like to be the registered victim and have to go through the investigation process and the criminal justice process and everything thereafter. So that's why I say you got to know where it all comes from, because there's so many different factors into what's hurt and what needs to be healed,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
It has to be done in decency and in order. That requires structure, right? That
Mhm.
requires a lot of everyone getting in tune with who they are and being honest about their moral compass, Jack, okay?
Mhm.
And holding themselves and their village of the people around them accountable. That's the structure. And so because this has happened over the course of several past generations, Healing Crystal Civic Association is a solutions-based social welfare organization, and the bones of it have been created to sustain for generations, because it will take that long. It will take that long, Jack. But it's a start. And it's not the start. It's not the only start. There are several. I ran I nominated the Sonia Quarter Outreach Ministry to fundraise for it during my last live. It's a collective. I'm actually in a group called Collaboration Over Competition. It's a collective. So that's what I mean by healing plus structure
Mhm.
equals generational change. Yeah.
So in essence, it's going to take us all, fighting. I'm gonna try to see if I can process what you're saying there. It's going to take
Okay.
folk coming from different angles, solving different problems. I.e., it could be that you working on social justice, another person could be working on education, somebody else could be working on criminal justice reform, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So but it's going to take folk come and then it's going to take different skill sets across the board to be working to move us forward. And there's nothing wrong with a person saying, "Hey, I want to work on housing, or I want to work on education." It's all extremely important, and we just got to get started.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. All right.
So, Jack, what if I told you
Mhm.
that Healing Crystal Civic Association, this socially beneficial organization, focuses on community justice and safety, but
Mhm.
not just that.
Mhm.
Grief and wellness, but not just that.
Mhm.
We also focus on education and empowerment,
Mhm.
mentorship, policy and legislative advocacy.
Mhm.
Jack, I think I think I've covered a lot of the bases here. I've heard the cries, my own cries, and the cries of my community, Jack. And so this is an embodiment of all of that.
Right, right. Oh, you know, in your package, you mentioned HCCA's formation as a social welfare organization built on transparency, and I love that concept of transparency and community service. What inspired you to formalize these missions into your organization, uh, into the foundation of HCCA?
As a registered voter and native of Central Louisiana,
Mhm,
with my family's background in campaigning and elections and the whole process, right? We're
mhm,
Americans. Um, Again, I heard the cries. I'm not a talking point for an election,
mhm,
not something a politician or someone who had a different interest tells me and my neighbors that we have to argue about during election time. This
mhm,
is me talking to people,
mhm,
everyday people in Rapides Parish from many different walks of life, but not the elite, not the, we're
mhm,
regular everyday people, Jack.
mhm,
And so it had to be, right? It if it's for the people, then it has to be solutions for direct problems for the collective.
mhm.
Yeah, so
Oh, all right. You spoke last night. You spoke powerfully about losing your son Cardell and your uncle back in 2003. Two tragedies that shaped your purpose. How have these experiences deepened your faith and your calling to serve?
my son was the uh can I be real?
You can be
Can
real.
I can let me I'm gonna say it. I'm because
Yeah.
I need
Yeah.
everyday people to hear me and feel me, right? I don't want to say the politically correct thing.
No, no, you got my permission.
Jack, when and so this isn't for everybody, right? I'm not trying to convince anyone or recruit anyone
Mhm,
of why they should come, right? This is just a broadcast,
mhm,
Jack.
mhm,
Um, those who's meant to hear this, they will hear this.
mhm,
They will know. It will speak to them. So one thing I've learned is that if you have been assigned service to the people, to me, it's a fight, right?
right.
It's a fight within yourself. It's a fight with the people you're trying to help. It's you having to learn through trial, error, and waking up, just continuously waking up. Um, if you're not obedient to your assignment, if you run, in my opinion, God is like a parent. You're the child, so you will be disciplined. Cardell was me being disciplined. And so from that, I had no other choice but to gain spiritual obedience. I talked about that on your show last year when I was going through it.
Mhm,
I had no, everybody has a choice, but I could either risk it all for my surviving children and family,
mhm,
disregard them because of my feelings, my flesh, or I could submit and lean on that greater being, that higher power that created me, that I serve, Jack. And so here we are.
yeah.
And that's why I can't quit, why I won't stop, why I
Mhm,
put the hours into making sure that it's not a pipe dream, that
mhm,
I learned the playbook to everything I've saw for so long, and I've put in the work, Jack, to see how make that look
mhm.
day to day. You know,
No, Crystal, I'm gonna say this. I heard you. I heard you coming around when we first started talking about 4 years ago, and you used to say, my grandfather, he didn't really want me, but my grandmother was kind of like, and so now you can come full circle listening to grandma and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of amazing how that discipline actually works at the end of the day. I tell you. Another thing you said last night, Cardell often said, I loyal you. Let me make sure I get it right instead of
Absolutely.
I love you. How has that phrase evolved into I loyal you coalition? Um, and what kind of impact do you hope it will make across, Rapides Parish and Central Louisiana as a whole?
And beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing in the last since New Year's Eve 2023,
Mm-hmm.
um, people. So my son had everyone has different social circles, right?
Right, right.
So there were the people that have always known Cardell,
Mm-hmm.
and then there were the people that met KO. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there was a difference. There's absolutely a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing that was monopolized was just a given between everyone who loved Cardell was how aggravated we would be when he would say, I loyal you instead of I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Old, young, blood related or lifelong friends. It was mutual. It gave us a bad feeling, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Jack, you can't unscramble an egg. That was his saying,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's
Mm-hmm.
not here to say something different anymore. That was his saying until he left. So me being me, and the way my maternal heart works is then I got to change how we look at that, right? I
Mm-hmm.
got to change how we see that. Again, this is solutions. This isn't pointing fingers and talking about the problem unless we're telling you where this solution comes from.
Right.
So, our Loyal You Coalition is one of our 6 initiatives, and it's as a social welfare organization. We do have the power to be the grantor, to be the funder,
Mm-hmm.
right? To be the bridge. It's actually a bridge initiative.
Mm-hmm.
So we would take those people in the community who has those natural skills, and we'd make sure they get the training, certifications, licensing that they need. And not only that, but we'd utilize them within the community, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Who's going to care better for your neighborhood than you? It's the adult who, you know, didn't go to school, didn't finish school because maybe they became teen parents. And we
Mm-hmm.
don't have Aiken optional anymore. There's not a school in Sinlaw that has childcare anymore, right?
Right.
And they were smart, but maybe just rebellious. You never know what happened to people in people's lives. Everything isn't roses, Jack. Sometimes life knocks us down at young ages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this would take them and this would allow them the ability to go back to school, to have transportation, to make sure that transportation or childcare is not a reason for anybody in that community to not be able to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's invest in the people because that's what we have to do. We have to restore pride and self. We have to restore the value of human life, of nature and natural things, Jack. We're in times of augmented intelligence.
It's funny that you say that about we have to invest back within within the structure of a community, and that's got to be a holistic thing. It's everything from the economy of the community. It's the spiritual being of the community. It is the church. Well, that's the church, but it's the family, and it's that whole thing that makes a community a community. And we've got to, for the last 40 years or so, we have not invested in that, and now we're seeing what that outcome of not investing in it will will get us to. And so it's time to address that particular issue. Your funding packet highlighted a number of programs from the Next Watch mentorships, the uh, Sinlaw Unsolved, Healing Through Harvest, Homestead. Uh, could you walk us through some of these initiatives and how they work together to bring healing and opportunity to families that need
Absolutely. It would be my delight.
it?
So, Jack, while because again, the bones and structure of this organization is planned out to sustain for generations, right? To
Mm-hmm.
grow.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's many programs and things like that that we plan to do. But starting out, our six core initiatives
Mm-hmm.
are: one is the I Loyal You Coalition,
Mm-hmm.
right? A collaborative network.
Mm-hmm.
The other is Future Roots Learning Centers. I'm gonna do a shameless plug and call out. We need educators that are
Mm-hmm.
willing to homeschool. We need homeowners in districts 1 and 3, if I'm not mistaken, is how it's written.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to lease some of your properties to provide an education initiative, right? An
Mm-hmm.
alternative to regular school.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that one. We have Another Grieving Family, which I highlighted last night with AMP News.
Mm-hmm.
Another Grieving Family would be who would do the Sin-Law's Unsolved campaign, right? Because that's a campaign, it's not a core initiative.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, it's the collective of us um, that know that unnatural death, being the survivor of an unnatural death from violence here in Rapides Parish. That's another grieving family. And
Mm-hmm.
so we would be those that would fight for policy changes, state constitutional changes to allow victims to have equal rights as offenders. So that's those three, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the People's Police, guardian of the block. We got to police us, and it answers problems, right? It answers cries. When
Mm-hmm.
you talk about the budget for law enforcement,
Mm-hmm.
when you talk about staffing needs of law enforcement. So we're not focusing on what we can't change. We're finding solutions for what we need and don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's what that is, right? It's a community safety initiative. And then we have Next Watch and Future Roots. Those are two mentorship programs, one for youth and
Mm-hmm.
one for adults.
Wow.
With the youth, ideally, we're looking for veterans, military veterans.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for people such as the Difference Maker,
Mm-hmm.
or Strategy Academy, people who already mentor, that's their assignment. And so they would be in alignment for that. And with the adult mentorship, we're teaching it for both. We're teaching etiquette, right? So the adults and the youth will be able to learn that together.
Mm-hmm.
We're teaching financial literacy, right?
Right.
We're looking at the children in our communities and we're seeing what they're good at, and we're cultivating that so that in the next generations, Jack, we would have raised our own politician. Thank
Mm-hmm.
God for the words of Dr. Claude Anderson, who
Mm-hmm.
teaches about what it is to vote and participate in that whole election process. And so that's it. That's it, Jack. We're restoring and healing within these communities, one community at a time, one person at a time, one soul at a time. And we're cultivating the very best of it, investing in them, cultivating the best of it, and we're pouring it right back in, right back and recycling it back in the communities.
But it's interesting that you say that, because that goes, or it kind of aligns with the school that LeBron James started a while back ago, that he's a big funder of, and it's kind of like it's a holistic school. It's not just the kids going to elementary; it's mom getting her GED, mom getting a certificate to do X, Y, Z. It's a holistic approach. It's realizing that there is no one solution, or every single person is going to need the same thing to get to that, to start to break that cycle of where we have been spinning around and around. And we want to break that cycle. So you want to cultivate that understanding and that knowledge of, it may take other things to make things happen, and just because I offer this, that don't necessarily mean what the other person might need, but here's how to get whatever it is that they need.
Yeah, so we want to tailor it, Jack, and listen to everybody that's in listening range, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are a lot of it requires change. It requires a completely different outlook on a lot of things that is embedded in most of us here in Rapides Parish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not offering you a bird in a bush in exchange for the bird in your hand. I'm offering you an entirely different breed of bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the Healing Through Harvest Homestead. I'm offering you a bird that's going to give you an egg. Right now, you just got a pretty bird,
Right,
you
right, right,
know?
right, right,
Yeah,
right. Here's a comment someone said out there. You might want to read. It said, people of color, black, brown, copper. It's kind of slid away from my screen. Need to know.
I got
uh,
it.
You got it. You got it.
I got it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Copper Tone people need to know we need to begin taking the initiative of protecting us. No one knows the struggles of our lives, or shall I say, turn a blind eye. And it me for us to become a part in our future. Hi, Pamela. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate your engagement. I appreciate you offering up um, your perspective of things. Let me ask you something, Pamela. Have you ever had a parent or a child taken to violence? Because listen, in my personal capacity, Pam, boy, I've got some opinions for that. But I'm here as Madam Chairwoman of Healing
Good.
Crystal Civic Association, and so we are a solution-based, uh, focused organization for Sinlaw, for Rapides Parish, for anyone who needs this healing, and and that's because I understand that when it breaks down, we learn that race is a trick that's played.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying that they don't play the game, right? I'm not saying that it's not in use. I'm saying that a copper tone man took my son's life.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
Right.
saying that a peach man, Mr. Saspiva, who's now a sitting judge, thank God for answer prayers.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the middle of becoming a grandfather for the first time, he didn't sway, he didn't take off. He helped me to receive a bit of justice.
Mm-hmm.
So, proximity crime is really the issue there. But because of the tricks that were played, it's not just us that were lied to, right? It's
Mm.
not just us. You can look at that with the carbon capture and sequester thing that's going on. And now they're saying eminent domain is not American when there's many people and their ancestors who would beg to differ that it actually is within the embodiment of America. But the solution is,
Mm.
right,
Right.
to break down those barriers. Because whether it's a peach American, a copper tone American, Spanish speaking American, if you've experienced those type of losses, yeah, it was probably from someone who had the same skin hue as you.
Right. Right.
It's spiritual.
And when you look
And
at
my
it,
condolences to you, Miss Pamela,
oh,
on the
sorry.
loss of your nephew.
It's interesting, that we're talking about it, because when you start looking at a lot of this stuff that's impacting what's going on in inner cities, it's also the same thing that's going on in the rural communities as well. And when, if we can get some of these stigmas that certain people try to push down and say it is out of the way, we might can make some headway, and we might make a, and I tell you, one of the things that's really that's right on people's mind right now is this thing of funding. Uh, hey, you there, Crystal? Hey, Crystal, you there? Hey, Crystal, you there? I think we might have lost Crystal over here. She's going away. So if you guys can hold on one quick second here for us, we're having a little bit of some communication difficulties, but Crystal is going out and coming back
I'm
in.
here.
You here? Oh, okay.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see he. We at one point we couldn't. I couldn't.
Listen, listen, baby, it's spiritual. They don't want this message, y'all. Pam, Cherie, y'all, they don't want this. Jack, somebody don't want this word,
No,
but
no, no,
we
not when
not
we start talking
stopping.
about the deep stuff that they didn't want it, But here I'm gonna say it while we still got communication going on. When you think about this thing called food stamps, or the SNAP benefits that people are getting, and when you look at, we had to rethink this whole thing about SNAP real quick. At one point we were gonna say, hey, we're not gonna fund it, open the government up. But then we suddenly realized there was a lot of the people who were suggesting that we don't make sure we don't fund this had to come back around and say, you know what, I think we better fund this, is because you know what, it's a lot of our people that's going to take that need these same benefits, and we're going to have some major problems if we don't fund it. And so that's why a lot of times, and that's one thing that right there should tell us a lot of things that we think are different, and we think that only a certain group of people uh, gets classified into a particular thing. Well, it's not. That's not always a true statement, and it certainly wasn't a true statement in the case of SNAP benefits. Because we suddenly realized there was a lot of them other folk over there and other folk over there that also needed that food, those food supplements and different things of that nature. And I'm just glad that they came to their senses real quick on it and addressed it, because this hunger thing is a big thing, and it's a big thing specifically in our community. Although a lot of us say we don't want to address it, but according to the Alice study that the United Way put out, 53% of the people in the city of Alexandria, I think it was that last time I looked at, 53% of the people in the city of Alexandria cannot make ends meet on a month-to-month basis. That's a significant number of people. And so that means a lot of those people who can't do it, although, we talk about the poor, but we also talk about the working poor as well. And so we need to start thinking about those things. And when we start thinking about it, those are not just color things, those are people, human things that we're dealing with. I'm sorry, I just went off on that right there.
You did go off on a tangent. You made me put my church finger down, Jack, because while I get your cries.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So
That's right.
I can't wait to host, because all November and December we will be hosting meetings, so that those of you who text or reach out and say I'd like more information, I definitely will be sending you the times and dates and venues of these meetings, where I actually have time to be your MC to bring this big book
Mm-hmm.
and go through it. So you'll see that everything you spoke about, there's a solution. I'm solution based. We're solution based. So as it pertains to SNAP and the government and their shutdown, it wasn't just SNAP. People didn't get paid. There were people who
Oh, yeah,
worked
right,
a
right.
lot of hours that didn't even get paid.
No, they
But
still
so
haven't.
my question to that would be, how healthy is the food in the grocery store anyway? What
But
the health? What the health? You
yeah,
know? So
right.
that's healing through the Harvest Homestead, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely want to partner in some sort of way with that, because I've been, my husband and I have been favored to have some really good soil out here, man. Oh my God, you should see how fast things grow. And so if
Mm-hmm.
I've got 3 acres and we do green leafy vegetables in the winter, and someone else does a cow, and someone else does, this is what Healing Crystal suggests, Jack, that we do things
Mm-hmm.
like this within our community, so that it does.
Mm-hmm.
No one can starve us if we're using what God gave us and sowing into it to receive that harvest that we need, right? You
Mm-hmm.
talked about employment. There's so many employment opportunities when you create structure, an economic structure within your community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right,
And then
right,
if
right.
you intercommunicate within communities within your district, just think about that money that cycles in. We're central Louisiana. We're the heart of Louisiana. We
Right.
catch a lot of go through traffic. There's been plans since this city was platted back in the early 1900s for expanding downtown and going over to West Alexandria. So, we constantly see resources going into that. And so,
Right.
my thing is, we could argue that all day,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
Right. Right.
what are we going to do about it? That's my thing. Is what are we going to do about it? So Pam, when you were speaking about what you were speaking about, I would love to tell you more about how Future Roots Learning Centers are part of the curriculum, which I've ensured I did the research, and it will be Department of Education certified. You can get a real high school diploma. But
Mm-hmm.
genealogy is one of the courses. This is also something that we do with the Adult Mentorship Initiative. And so I have written up some memorandums, and I'm asking the archives and our clerk of court for grants, right? For grants per student, maybe 4 grants per student, and that's for documents so that they're able to go, because that's the most accurate way to trace your lineage is to get original documentation,
Mm-hmm.
birth records, death records, marriage records. And we can get that, and it teaches the child and shows the adult how to go about obtaining the facts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because truth is just your perception. We want the facts as they occurred. And so that also will allow you to have a better concept of self, some more pride in self. So we're not just saying these are not just talking points. I would love to take time to break down how this actually looks day to day, you guys. Um, please just get in touch, and I definitely will send it.
Let's talk about this, Crystal. You started in this organization, but anytime organizations are started, nonprofits, you talked about upfront that this organization was going to be a 501c4. A lot of times people talk about 501c3s. But let's just talk about the idea of the community helping to support this organization. Tell us a little bit about your funding needs and different things of that nature, and how someone could help fund the efforts that you guys are about to take, because it does take the dollars. And a lot of times people think the things that we do in our community, there's just some miraculous funds out there, and somebody is funding it. But a lot of times it's the efforts. It is the dollars that some large big organizations can give, but there's no magical. You're gonna have to work hard to secure those fundings. So tell us a little bit about those initiatives within the organization.
Sure, Jack. Now we're in the thick of it. Now
Okay.
we're talking about the money, right?
Yeah.
And
Yep.
so, November and December 2025, on behalf of Healing Crystal Civic Association, myself as Madam Chairperson, I will be panhandling. Okay.
Hmm.
And in transparency. So it's me separating it myself from the organization. I definitely within the organization shouldn't have the organization's internal documents on my personal computer.
Mhm.
right? We want to be compliant,
Mhm.
okay? Um, so there's a need for that. There are filing fees that we would have to pay to become Healing Crystal Civic Association, an organization, a corporation, right? And
Mhm.
then we would have to pay, I think it's like $650 for IRS status, right?
Mhm.
Exempt
Mhm.
status.
Mhm.
I have an itemized detailed list. So, and so there's two different budgets
Mhm.
to start us off. It's
Mhm.
the startup one that I'm describing, and
Mhm.
then there is year one, first
Yeah.
year budget.
Right. Right.
Now, because of the way that I've positioned this organization, once we obtain the first, okay, that puts us in a bracket to receive funding from different kind of fund. We're not looking for government grants
Right. Okay.
to fund our first year, okay? The
Mhm.
Because we'll starve looking for government grants to fund our first year.
Yep. Yep.
But there are actual philanthropists and investors that are talking the big money because we've got 10 key staff positions on the board of directors that need an annual pay. Okay.
Mhm.
So that's the startup cost. But this initial cost that we're asking for a goal of $10,000 in total. Um, it is, like I said, it's to start up, is to make sure that www.healingcrystalscivic.org is a
Mhm.
website that anyone could access and is live. And again, I'm not a web developer
Mhm.
professionally. I do some web development and creation on, on the side, but I'm an amateur.
Mhm.
This isn't me. This again, it's the organization. It's my grandkid from my son. So I'm very meticulous about how things are done in decency and in order. So um, if anyone is interested in seeing an itemized list uh, of where the funding dollars would go, please just visit our page. You should see how to get in touch with us. It would also pay for volunteer incentives, Jack, because we want to collect real time data. So what you'll see is Healing Crystal Civic Association, a few board members that we have, volunteers, and we'll get with businesses and we'll pop up and have our table
Mhm.
somewhere with high traffic, right? And we'll have a table and we want to ask you about different programs we have going on and different needs that each person we encounter tells us they feel we need in Sin Law. And while we're doing that, we'll have the team of volunteers making sure that they're registered to vote
Mhm.
because we know that in order for your opinion to count, you have to be registered to vote.
You have to
So when
read.
we go to the city council, to be put on the agenda and to have changes in policy, we want the strength of registered voting Rapides Parish citizens behind it. And so we want to have incentives for them. We'll need gear. So it's literally just that, Jack. It's just the startup cost.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, but that's real. Those are real expenses. Anytime you're starting up a nonprofit or a business or anything, you got to have that those operating dollars to get things set up. And all right. You said my heart is not selfish. God did this for me so that I could for you. What role does faith play in how you lead this organization and bring people together?
It's 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 the ground. It's rooted in it. It's rooted in spirituality and human spirituality and human experience.
Mhm.
And it's me knowing that it's I'm not the program, right?
Mhm.
This isn't of me. This isn't of me. Like I said last night, it is my assignment to say what I've been shown for many years, over 10 years.
You
It
just
is my assignment to do the research to see how to make this come into fruition
Mhm.
so that when I present it, When I run my big mouth about it, those that are supposed to hear will hear because it's done in alignment and decency and in order.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so faith is at the root of it, Jack.
Right, right. Well, I mean, that has to be the ruling guide for those watching who feel inspired. Maybe another parent, a guardian, a young person who, what's the first step they can take to support Healing Crystal Civic Association right now today?
The right now today, the first thing you can do is make sure that you are following our page on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
You could subscribe to our channel on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are the exact name, Healing Crystal Civic Association.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to those pages, if you scroll and review the content, you'll see our contact card. If you're not often on social media, if you prefer emails or text, then there'll be instructions on how to relay that information to us, and we'll start from there. And I'm asking that everyone share,
Mm-hmm.
share the live, share the post, share it. Just share it. If it doesn't speak to you, that's okay. It's okay. Just share it. Just amplify our cause so that the people who are supposed to hear will hear. If you would like to go a step further, you
Mm-hmm.
can absolutely give financial support. Again, our startup goal is $10,000. If you would like to donate in kind donations,
Mm-hmm.
that's hardware, software, that's cybersecurity, that's a desktop, that's a venue, maybe, right? If you are an event coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's your professional skills and services. We need you. If
Right.
you just want to volunteer at some of the data collection events that I mentioned a few minutes ago, we need, so you can support in all those different ways. All I ask right now, because I don't have a secretary, is
Mm-hmm.
that you just please go to our page, find our contact card, and reach out any of those ways that is listed on that contact card, and let's start the conversation.
You often use the phrase transforming grief into legacy, which appears as it appears to me to be ACCA's tagline. What does legacy mean to you in this context, and how do you hope Cardell's story continues to inspire others? And before you say that, one thing that I want to say, Crystal, is to yesterday we put a news story up of the deceased person found in our community, and it started a lot of conversation. But the one thing that it did do is it generated conversation. And I know you mentioned your uncle who, case is unsolved since 2003, and and it was two or three people reached out to us today to talk about just that very concept of needing an avenue to talk about, their loved one and trying to bring attention to it. So it's funny that all of this stuff, is lining up, and it's and it's and for all practical purposes, you already seeing a demand and a need for the organization, and then people can give to the organization, and giving of their time. Just say for instance, if I'm a computer programmer, or if I'm a computer engineer, or if I'm a doctor, or if I am whatever, the things that you just said, the things that you needed, you could utilize those transferable skills and everything. So in essence, a lot of people have a lot to give. It don't have to necessarily be in the monetary realm, and but they can give that time. If they can create a web page, you can use that service, and that'll
Absolutely.
and that'll knock off an invisible part of that 10,000 that you need, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And then that means that these issues, like, we people sent us direct messages and said, "Hey, I want to talk about my story," and you can get ready to start doing that work right now. You understand what I'm saying? So for
I do.
yeah, so for folk who are sitting out there thinking about things, we already have a demand for the services, but we also see that we have a big community who's ready to give right now. It could be financially, or it could be via in-kind services as well. But it looks like there's a big demand for what you did, and all of that kind of good stuff. Trying to figure out some of the things that we need in our community. So I almost.
Yeah. So Jack, turning pain into legacy, right?
Yeah. I went off on a tangent again. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I got you.
Look.
Listen, Jack, that's what reality looks like.
Uh-huh.
Reality is not perfect. It is not politically correct.
hmm
Grief is not
Yeah, that's right.
tears, and I mean, people. It's a lot of talking heads.
You're
But my
right.
question now is, how does that look?
Yeah, how does it look? All right.
How does that look? You know, Th-
Mm-hmm.
convince me like that, right? So that's how I choose to be transparent and explain things that
Mm-hmm.
I need the public to know.
Mm-hmm.
So Cardell was my only son.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um, I allowed his father to give him his first and middle name.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I didn't want another kid, a son, so he would be my only boy. And my daughters would one day get married. Their children would have the last name of their fathers. So I wanted my boy to keep my last name so that my grandchildren, my legacy, because to me that's a person's legacy. It's that other part of your obituary. It talks about what you did during your time uh, being physically present in this realm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's your legacy. How people remember you, how people remember your life. Uh, you know how
Mm-hmm.
your energy is carried when you're gone. And so my only son left before he could become a father.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, this is his legacy. This is my grandkid.
Right.
I care for this organization's inception just as I did when I became a grandmother to my oldest daughter's only daughter. Um, when she was pregnant, Jack, I got the little thing off Amazon. So when I get off work, I can hear the baby's heartbeat.
Mhm. Yep.
you
Yep.
know, I was in the labor room. So to me, this is my son's kid. This is his legacy. I don't want him to be remembered um, for how he left.
Right. 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 Right.
He was only 21 years old, so his brain was not fully developed yet. Thank God I wasn't taken at 21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank God I got to live. But so his works in life weren't even complete yet, right? They weren't even done. My uncle, he left behind a daughter and a son who left from Rapides Parish because it's unsolved. They don't know who to trust.
Right.
But so anyway, to me, Healing Crystal Civic Association is Cardell's kid. It's
Right.
my grandkid.
I hear you. I hear you. Lastly, you mentioned your grandmother. I'm going to talk about your grandma right now. Advice to use that big mouth of yours and stir up
That's
some
what she said.
stir up some good trouble. How has that message guided you, your courage to speak out, and what good trouble is next for HCCA?
Jack, I've struggled with that my entire life, I guess because it's in me, right? It's a part of
Mm-hmm.
my DNA with my grandmother's side and my grandfather's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And so my grandfather, my great grandfather left and moved to California when my grandfather was young because of things that still haven't changed, that still exist to this day in another form in Rapides Parish. like many of our ancestors did, right?
Mhm.
But then there
Mhm.
were those like my grandmother who stayed, and with John Allen and a lot of members of Nazarene Baptist Church, they fought, right?
Mhm.
They
Mhm.
fought. They were
That's
active.
that's right.
And me being the devout researcher that I am and historian that I am, I've got old newspaper clippings that show my ancestry fighting. Jack, and I know how that makes me feel, right? My
Mhm.
grandmother, for my existence, embodied what I would love to grow to be, she didn't just talk about it.
Mhm.
No, she spoke it. She felt like something needed to be spoke on. She spoke on it. And so for most of my life, like I said, I struggled with that, right? I kind of dimmed my own light. When I go out, I don't want people to see me. I actually prayed and asked God to cloak me, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Because this world is so
Yeah.
anywho. So yeah, so here recently I had to ask God to let them see. Because Jack, I don't want my grandchild to leave. And
That's
it looks like this is where I'm gonna stay. I
mhm.
used to run from where I'm at from this, and now I'm not. I'm here and I'm fighting. I'm doing what my grandmother, who is now my ancestor, I lost her 48 hours after I lost my son.
Mhm.
I'm gonna do what she told me to do, and I'm going to show homage to her legacy and respect to her legacy, and continue to work.
I hear you. I hear you. So grandma was like John Lewis, that good trouble stuff.
Yeah,
Nothing is wrong with it. Crystal, before we get ready to wrap things up, did you have anything to say that we didn't cover here tonight about ACCA?
yeah. We've got 10 board of director positions that need to be filled.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'll tell y'all, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Key
Nope.
staff roles. And by January, it is my goal that we are actually an official organization and
Mm-hmm.
that the board of directors is fully staffed
Mm-hmm.
because we plan to launch the week of April 19th
Mm-hmm.
in 2026, which is National Crime Victims Awareness Week. It
Mm-hmm.
is my plan for the board and myself to come up with events for every day of that week that would shine highlight one of our initiatives. So if it's for Future Roots, we'll have an event that is kid centered.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so anyhow, we need an executive secretary,
Mm-hmm.
an executive director, a
Mm-hmm.
policy chair, an
Mm-hmm.
education and youth initiatives chair,
Mm-hmm.
a community engagement chair, law enforcement and academic liaison, director of policy and advocacy, strategic initiatives coordinator, a community liaison, and a vice chair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So those are paid roles.
Mm-hmm.
If you are interested in just learning more information, you don't have to commit. If you're just interested in having a deeper conversation where I can explain this, y'all, because I don't know how to make it, I don't know how to small it down. And
Right.
I would love to give anyone who wants to know more the details they need to be
Mm-hmm.
fully educated on it and make an informed decision on how they want to proceed.
Right. 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 Well, I tell you what, Crystal, you did a lot of homework here, and that is to and it is time now. You did that growing. You did like bamboo. You grew up under. Folk didn't see this coming, but I certainly can see, with a civic engagement organization like ACCA, you could certainly be a catalyst to invoke that group of people in our community that is in charge that don't know that they're in charge right now, and that is our
We
most.
have all the power.
Yeah, you have it all. The millennials got it all by themselves, and so but I think they need to be encouraged. I heard Brandon say on last night, a lot of us, we want, but we've been, the propaganda has told told you you can't. So you just kind of fed up with it and you just want to be removed away. But the reality of it is you have the power. And so whatever it is, and the other cool thing about having that power is that the mature group of people are looking for to hand off at this point, and they're ready to support you as well. And it's just amazing to see you guys starting to step up, and it's a lot of you guys have been stepping up, but I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see an active role and and empowering the younger generation that we can be the change that we need in our community. We just have to step up, and we can't just step up and go vote. We also have to step up, go vote, and then hold accountable. And holding accountable.
Knowledge is power.
Right.
So we don't have to just step. That's not even step one. Step one is we have to ensure that the people are educated on that entire process.
That's right.
They got to know. And I mean, not by slinging dirt at current administration or past administration.
Right.
No, we're talking about the facts. They have to be empowered with the facts and how the process, the flow chart of it all.
Right.
That's why we're here, to first educate.
That's right.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that education process. And that education process is not a political thing. It's civic engagement. So I commend you guys on, wanting to and getting ready to help educate us, and make sure we're ready. Come time to go vote, we can go walk into that voting booth and pull the right level and say, I'm confident that this person is the right person, or this tax is the right tax, and things of that nature.
Right.
Okay. Anything else, Crystal?
I see some of the people in the comments asking for. I'll drop it, you guys, in the comments when Jack.
Which questions did? Because
the name of the organization.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So there aren't any more questions. Will you teach and pass on to
you? Just make sure you hit that follow the notifications on this post, because folk will come in and they'll throw some questions at you at a later time. But if I see something, I'll certainly try to pass it on to you and things of that nature. But again, Crystal, I definitely want to say thank you for sharing your story, and this and this incredible vision that you have for Healing Crystal Civic Healing Association. And it's a reminder that healing and change start when we turn pain into purpose. To everyone watching, stay involved, stay informed, and remember, civic engagement isn't just about speaking up. It's about showing up to the polls. We also want to thank our loyal followers and our UrbanCast partners, Sadler's Towing, Long's Product, Legendary Kung Fu and Tai Chi, United Wrestling Entertainment, and Nader's International Market. Until next time, I'm Jack, and this has been Let's Talk on UrbanCast, where community conversation lead to real change. Again, Crystal, thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Thank you for having me. Thank everybody for coming. Shout out to my CLC family, my Sharia Moore TV. Thank you for all of y'all continued support over here at UrbanCast, involved in it all. Thank you, and I look forward to talking to everybody soon.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream.
All right.
Hey, did you know Long's Products is a family-owned janitorial supply with mops, brooms, trash bags, and they even have food service disposables, carry-out plates, and to-goes? Check us out.